Good afternoon. My name is Derek Stone, and we are broadcasting live for USA Powerlifting Terror on the Platform, Part 4, Session 2 here today on Sunday. Just about ready to get started. We've had some instructions already, and we have the bar loaded for our first competitor here today, but that's coming up in just about a minute or two from right now. I want to send a special thank you to all the folks who have come out yesterday and earlier today as well. We've got another great session coming up for you for the next couple of hours right here on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. We're broadcasting from CrossFit Mob here in Thornton, Colorado. Folks out here have been great, just like always, and I want to spend this time to thank them for making this all possible. This place looks like it was just tailor-made to run a powerlifting event, as a matter of fact, and it was not, but it should be for sure. Again, thank you so much to everybody who has already been out here, and if you want to come on out and see some live powerlifting, you can certainly do that. If you are, in the Thornton or Denver metro area, come on out and say hi to us for sure. If not, just keep it right here. We're going to be bringing you all the action right here for the next couple of hours as we present Terror on the Platform. Our first competitor, Nicholas Rain, is his bar is loaded. We're just waiting for final instructions for everybody and finalizing a few things, making sure the judges are there, making sure the spotters are all set. So we will be getting started here in just a minute or two. So again, packed house here again today. Excited about that. Always good to see folks in the powerlifting community come on out and support each other. I mentioned this earlier on the broadcast if you were listening earlier today, how it's just nice that, powerlifting, even though it's an individual sport and competitive and you do want to do as well as you can, everybody here seems to be in favor of themselves and everyone else. It's a great supportive community. All right, and we are just about ready to get started as we hear our MC announcing that we are just getting underway. We do have the bar loaded for Nicholas Rain. He will be attempting 107.5 kilos. Now again, if you are unfamiliar with powerlifting, anytime the bar is loaded, you have 1 minute to get to the bar and to complete the lift. Most folks don't take that long, but you do have that amount of time. Nicholas here is looking to get some PRs today and have some fun. His top squat is 250 pounds. Starting off at 107.5 kilos is a good start for him. Tony Goldsmith is our next competitor. Tony will be attempting 132.5 kilos. I do have bios for many of the folks here. They just happen to give me in no particular order, so it may take me a while to rifle through and find info on everyone. Tony Goldsmith's first attempt today at the squat will be at 132.5 kilos. His best squat, by the way, is 152 kilos. So this puts him in a good spot right here for your opening squat. Puts him in the right neighborhood for sure. Great lift right there, up and down, no problems at all for Tony Goldsmith. First attempt. Eric Bayer is our next lifter. He will also be attempting 132 kilos, 32.5 kilos. Just have to adjust the heights. Bar is loaded for Eric. And again, when we think about the squat, we have to unrack it, make sure the bar is stable. When it's ready, you will receive a down command or squat command from the head judge. Then you can squat. Come back up and rack command. And there. Eric Bayer, first attempt. 132.5 kilos, and it was good. Trevor Mead up next. Trevor's first lift, his opening lift of the night, will be at 140 kilos. Bar is loaded for Trevor. 140 kilos on the bar. Oh, your opener is so important, not just for the squat itself, but for your whole mindset as far as the whole meet. Can really kick things off or put you in a hole right away. Good lift right there from Trevor. And when you think about the squat, you want to make sure that there is, it does break the hip. No assistance. Follow the commands and rack. That's what we're looking for in the squat. Bar is loaded now for Jeremy Crawley in his first attempt. His first attempt today will be at 152.5 kilos. His goals are to make the most out of all of his attempts. This is his first meet. His best squat is 370 pounds, so starting off at 152.5 is in a good neighborhood for him. He's a finance manager for a air medical transport company, and he is successful in his first lift. Great job. Zachary Chase is next. Zachary Chase's first attempt will be at 170 kilos. That opener is so important. We talk about it an awful lot. It really does sort of set the tone for things. Not to say if it doesn't go well, you can't correct yourself. 170 kilos here for Zachary Chase, who's competing in the men's Raw Open. Down, good depth right there, good speed. Struggling a little bit, but gonna make it through. Nice job, good lift for Zachary Chase. Oh, still not gonna give it to him there. Might have been a little high. Looked okay from this straight on shot for me, but I'm not up close. I am looking through a camera lens. Or video monitor, I should say. Well, both of them, I suppose. All right, John Mall is in now. He's going to attempt the same weight, 170 kilos. Down all the way. Very deep squat there for John Mall. Looked good. Good lift for John. Excellent job. Moving right through. And again, special thanks to all of our volunteers out here today. We've really got a lot of competitors, and they have made this very painless, as a matter of fact. It has moved very quickly. Joe Robbins up next. Joe competing in the men's Raw Open. He will be starting with 175 kilos today. Takes it out. Set, stable, waiting for that squat command. We've got it. And nice job. Good lift for Joe Robbins. Nicholas Trachis is our next competitor. He will be starting off at 182.5 kilos. Competing in the men's Raw Open category. 182.5 kilos on the bar for Nicholas. Down, up. Great job. Good lift for Nicholas. Great way to start off. Cameron Binns is next. Bar is loaded for Cameron. He will be attempting 195 kilos to start off the day. Getting adjusted, get his back underneath there. Squat command given. Down. Good deep squat there for Cameron, who's competing in the men's raw open. Great job right there. Joshua Barron is our next athlete. Again, another athlete competing in the men's raw open. He will be attempting 200 kilos to start off today. Getting a little bit of an adjustment here on the bar. Thank you so much for everybody out here at CrossFit Mob who has helped us out here today. Again, I can't say thank you enough. Bar is loaded for Joshua. Steps under the bar. Walks it out. Squat command has been given. Deep breath in. Nice deep squat for Joshua. Looked real good there. Solid lift. 3 white lights for Joshua. Timothy Gooden is our next competitor. Timothy Gooden going to be attempting 222.5 kilos for an opener. Bar is loaded for Timothy. He's show a class there saying thank you to all the spotters. Even before he gets to the bar. Somebody who's been here before for sure. Bar is loaded. Timothy walks it out. Good deep squat. Struggles a bit, but looks good. Really strong lift right there from Timothy Gooden. 222.5 kilos. His best squat is 232.5 kilos, so he is in the neighborhood to get a PR today. He is a captain for United Airlines. All right, Nicholas Rain is up next. And his second attempt here today. He was successful at 107.5. He will now be attempting 120. Down and up, just like that. Quick, so quick, you maybe even didn't see if he got to depth or not, but he did. Great job for Nicholas. Eric Baer, our next competitor. He was successful at 132.5. He will now be attempting 142.5. It's his first meet, so he's just here to see what he can do. But so far, he's looked pretty good. Deloading is not made up is some helpful advice that he can give people. Yeah, that's a good advice. He was an endurance cyclist, so being strong is new to him. Well, he certainly was impressive in his first attempt. 142.5. Looks a little high to me. It was a little higher than his last one. We will see. Yeah, but still going to count. Good lift for Eric. Tony Goldsmith is up now. with his second attempt. He was successful at 132.5. He is now going to attempt 145. Competing in that men's Raw Open. Squat command has been given. Good squat there. Not as low as the last one. See if that costs him. Did with one judge, but still going to get that one. Good. Trevor Mead is our next competitor. Trevor, competing in the men's Raw Open, was successful at 140 kilos. He will now be attempting 150. Walks it out. Deep breath in. Good deep squat there. A little higher than last time. Still, I think, going to be low enough. Good lift for Trevor Mead. Jeremy Crawley is up now. He was successful at 152.5, now moving it up to 162.5. His top squat is 370. This is going to put him real close to that. Wants to say thank you to his mother and his brother watching. He trains with Connor Weef at the Denver Barbell Club and Powerhouse Gym, also in Aurora. This is his first meet, so he wants to have some fun. And thanks to all the supportive people who have been there for him. Wants to go 9 for 9 today. Successful lifts so far. Yep, and there's another one right there, so he is well on his way. He's got 2 out of 9 so far. Zachary Chase is our next competitor. Zachary failed on his first attempt at 170, so he will be trying that again. And remember, folks, if you are unfamiliar, if you attempt a weight and you miss it, you cannot go to a lower weight. You have to try that weight again, or you can go higher, but you cannot go lower. If I recall, Zachary's miss on the last one was more of a technical issue than depth, so we'll see where he's at here with 170 kilos. Squats down. There you go. That looks pretty deep to me. He's going to grind it out. I think he's got this one. Back on the right track here now for Zachary Chase. One red light, but that's going to be good for him. John Mall, our next competitor. John successful at 170. He will now be attempting 177.5. His current, when asked what his current best squat was, he says, "We don't talk about the squat." He trains American for Ninja Warriors and has been on the show, and he has his own gym called Ninja Intensity. Pretty cool. Trains at Uplift in Boulder. That's a good deep squat, flexible guy. Almost lost it there. You saw a little bit of a twist in his body, but still managed to grind it out and not lose form. He's been specifically training for powerlifting for the last 2 months. Been training and, all of that stuff. He's been also getting his aunt ready to go for the state deadlift record. Very cool. Joe Robbins is our next competitor. Joe Robbins going to be attempting 185 kilos. He was successful in his first attempt in his opener at 175. Squat command has been given. He's going to drop way down. Good deep squat there for Joe. And racket, Joe. Good lift. Nicholas Trickus is up next. Nicholas was successful at 182.5 kilos. Now will be attempting 197.5 kilos. His best squat ever is 205. So he is, it is doable to get to 205 kilos from here at 187, depending on how things go. He's been powerlifting for about 5 years. He started lifting heavy because he enjoyed it, and then he kind of stumbled into powerlifting. He is a financial analyst. He wants to say hi to Laura, who will be watching either in person or online, or maybe both. Good deep squat there for Nicholas. I looked real good. I think he's got, I mean, I know it's a pretty big jump to 205 from here, but I think he might have it in him. That one looked really solid. Cameron Binns is our next competitor. Cameron successful at 195, bumping it up to 205. Competing in that men's raw open as well. Bar is set for him, all ready to go. Walks it out. Squat command has been given. Drops way down. Good depth there. Down and up. Nice lift for Cameron Binns. 205 kilos there. Very successful. Our next competitor will be Joshua Barron. Joshua's second attempt today. He was successful at 200 kilos. He will be attempting 207.5 kilos in this very competitive men's raw open. Great job from all of our volunteers here today. Got a packed house out here at CrossFit Mob. Thank you so much to everybody who has made it out here today. All right, the bar is loaded on his back. It's all set. Squat command has been given. Good deep squat there for Joshua. Really good rep there. A little high on one side, according to one judge probably, but still looking pretty good. Timothy Gooden is our next athlete. Timothy was successful at 222.5. He will now be attempting 230. Timothy, again, like we said, captain. His best squat is 232. This is 230. He's been training for about 2.5 years, specifically in powerlifting. It's a good deep squat. A little higher than his last one. I hope that doesn't count him, or count against him. Good squat, though. Yeah, it was. He's originally from Jamaica and currently engaged. Yeah, you know, that's the thing about your depth is that once the judges see you once and they kind of judge you against your other lifts, that one was a little higher than the previous lift and came back to get him. Weight-wise, I don't think that was as much of an issue. I think he's going to be all right if he chooses to go a little higher, tries to get that PR. Nicholas Rain in his third attempt of the day. Back at the top of the order. Down and up just very quickly. Good flexibility throughout the hips. And man, he is he's made light work of everything he's done today so far has looked really good. And I think that's a PR for him if my math is correct. Eric Bayer is our next competitor. Eric's first meet so far has been successful. Successful at 132.5 and 142.5. He's waiting for the squat command now. His attempt at 150 kilos here. He's going to grind through it. A little ugly, but good lift, I think. See what the judges have to say. Yeah, a little bit of that twist on one side, but still a good lift for Eric. His coach is Brady Cable in Portland, Oregon. Shout out to him. Trevor Mead is our next competitor. We are cruising through this first flight. Trevor successful at 140 and 150. Now moving towards 155 here. Deep strut. A little higher than last time, but it's going to grind this one out. I think it was probably low enough. Good job, Trevor. Got it. 3 white lights for Trevor Mead. Perfect so far. Tony Goldsmith is our next athlete. He will be attempting 155, was successful at 132.5 and 145. His best squat is 152.5, so this would be a PR for Tony. Been training for about 2 years, he says. He's a software engineer. And he's a pretty good squatter, too. That one was down and up pretty quick. Looked low enough to me from this vantage point. He got it, and he's got a new PR. Great job. Originally from Chicago. Was a professional dancer. Well, there you go. That explains the flexibility in the hips, I would say. And he plays pool competitively. That's pretty cool. Jeremy Crowley is our next competitor. He was successful at 152.5, also successful at 162.5. Will be attempting 170 for his final squat today. You are watching Terror on the Platform for USA Powerlifting. Thank you so much for joining us today. Down, up, got a little stuck there, got stuck. Unsuccessful lift there. Great job by the spotters being right there. Zachary Chase for his third attempt. He was unsuccessful at 170 kilos for his first attempt, but he did get it on his second attempt. Now he will be attempting 172.5. Always like to see people come back and get a weight that they missed. Good depth there. He's going to struggle through it, but he's got it. That looked good to me. See what the judges say. No, they're not going to give it to him. John Mall is our next competitor. John successful at 170, also successful at 177.5. You know, for a guy who isn't very fond of the squat and doesn't think he has a good one, he's been doing pretty well here today. Trains at Uplift in Boulder. Coach Alyssa is his coach. He says he's not going to worry too much about his performance just to see if he's improved overall. That's a good deep squat for John, and he's not going to get that one. So we move on now to the last attempt on the squat for Joe Robbins in this first flight. Joe was successful at 175 and 185. He will be attempting 190 right now. Narrow stance for Joe. It's worked for him so far today, probably his whole life. Nice lift right there. No question about depth on that one. Great lift for Joe. Nicholas Trachis now for his third attempt. Looked good in his first attempt at 182.5, also at 197.5. Bumping this way up to 207.5. It's a big jump. But this would give him a PR. He's a financial analyst. He is looking for a meet total of 600 kilos. If he gets this 207, that's a big chunk out of that. Squat command has been given to Nicholas. Down. That's a good deep squat right there. It looks like he's got it. He just can't quite get it. Not quite there. Just about had it. Cameron Binns is up now. Cameron competing in that men's raw open. Successful lift at 195. Also successful at 205. He'll be attempting 212.5 for his third and final squat today. Squat command has been given. That's a deep squat right there. He's going to struggle through this one. Couldn't quite get it. Could just about stand up with it, but not quite. Joshua Barron in now. Joshua was successful at 200 kilos, also successful at 207.5 kilos. He'll be attempting 215 kilos. .215 kilos for Joshua Barron, who's looked real good today. Good solid form, good depth and everything. A little bit higher than his last two lifts, but looked pretty good. Yeah, a little high on one side, but still, that one's going to count for Joshua Barron. Timothy Gooden in now. He was successful at 222.5. Did not get 230, but now he's going to match his PR if he can here at 232.5 kilos. This would match his current PR. His family in England and family in Florida. Hopefully they're watching right now. Down. Good depth right there. He's not going to get this one today. You saw him lean forward just a little bit as it broke the hips. That's usually not a good sign. All right, and that is going to do it for the first flight of the day. We move on now to our second flight. Our first competitor will be Bryce Griffin. If I can find some information on Bryce. Bar is loaded for Bryce. We do know that. We do know that his first attempt will be at 100 kilos today. Squat command given. A little high maybe. We'll see what the judges have to say about that one. Yeah. His best squat is 255 pounds. He's been training for 5 months. He is a Honda motorcycle mechanic. Gabe Hunkner is our next competitor. He'll be attempting 125. Very tall man. Squat command given. Good deep squat there for Gabe. And 3 white lights for him. William Kopcha is our next competitor. He will be attempting 132.5 kilos today. Walks it out. Down. Up. Good lift right there for William. 3 white lights for him. Excellent. Marco Ramirez is our next athlete, competing in that men's Raw Open. He will be attempting 135 for his first lift today. And we talk about this, so important to get that first opener. Really can use it to set your tone for the entire day. There we go, Marco. Squat command given. Good deep squat there for Marco. No problems at all at 135. Great lift. Christopher Bigelow is our next competitor. He will be attempting 162.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Christopher. Squat command given to Christopher. Good deep squat there. Looked pretty good. That's going to be 3 white lights, yeah, for sure. His current best squat is 315. So he's in that neighborhood there right now. David Young is our next competitor. He will be attempting 165 kilos. His best squat is 180 kilos. He's begun training for powerlifting about, since April. He does train up in Boulder, Colorado. Wants to give a shout out to Sam De Leon. Wants to go 9 for 9. This is how you get started off. Deep squat there for David. Looked real good. Great squat. Kim McCaskill is our next competitor. Kim's top squat is 177.5 kilos. So he's starting off today at 165. Good weight for him. He trains in the basement at his place in Arvada. This is his second meet. He used to climb a lot before picking up powerlifting. Great squat right there for Kim. Very deep. He wants to PR everything. Well, he is well on his way at 165. Like I said, his best squat is at 177. That's very doable. Reese Hubbard is our next athlete. Reese will be attempting 170 kilos. $170 kilos for Reese Hubbard. His best squat is 450 pounds. Good lift right there. He's been lifting by himself for 1 year. And he said he saw a definite increase in his strength when he started training for competitions. Yeah. He's the first person in his family to pursue powerlifting. And he took second in his first competition, and he was hooked. He was a football player and wrestler in high school. There you go. Antonio Pena is next. Antonio Pena's first attempt today will be at 180 kilos. Squat command has been given. Nice job for Anthony Pena. One red light, though. Mitchell Eggert is our next competitor. He will be starting off his day with an attempt at 227.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for him, competing in that very competitive men's Raw Open. Very deep squat right there for Mitchell. Great opener right there. Not much of a challenge for him. You know, sometimes that's what you're looking for. All right, our second attempt now for Bryce Griffin. Bryce failed on his first attempt at 100 kilos. His best squat is 255. He's been training for 5 months. His training, he said, was getting stagnant and found powerlifting. Wants to give a shout out to his wife, Ashley, and the Daves. He's from Nebraska. Good depth right there. Is he going to struggle with this one again? Yeah, didn't quite get it again at 100 kilos. Gabe is up next. Gabe successful at 125, bumping it way up here to 142.5. His goals for the meet are to lift heavy, not get hurt, put numbers on the board. It's his first powerlifting meet, and he is coming off ultra trail running earlier this year. He looks very lean. He is a software engineer as well. Competed in the Leadville Marathon and the Leadville 50. Good deep squat there. Might have been a little higher than his last one, but still, I think he's still going to be good, yeah. Great job. William Kopcha's second attempt coming up. He was successful at 132.5 kilos. He will be attempting 145 kilos. Down. Little knee buckle there. Yeah. Great job by the spotters and plate loaders. Keeping a close eye on everything. Marco Ramirez's second attempt will be upcoming. He was successful at 135. He is now attempting 145. Deep squat there. Nice job. Up and down. Just like that for Marco. 3 white lights for him. Christopher Bigelow, our next competitor. His best his best squat, we'll get to that, is 315 pounds. He's at 170 kilos here. That is, he's in that neighborhood. His girlfriend competed earlier. Karen McGregory-Cohen competed yesterday. Did very well. Great job for Christopher. 170 kilos. Waiting on the judges. A little high on one side, according to one judge, but looked good. It is his first meet. Kim McCaskill is up now. Kim successful at 165, going for his second attempt at 175. Now his PR in the squad is 177.5. So he's just, if he were to get this, just 2.5 kilos away. He's been lifting since college, graduated from Florida State University in 2016 as a music educator, and then pivoted to software development. Good deep squat right there for Kim. I think he's got that PR in him today for sure. Smart playbook here. Just underneath the PR, but looking really good. I mean, I think he could have went for it right there and probably would have got it. I think he's going to make sure everything is going well for him. Bar is loaded for David Young. David was successful at 165. He will be attempting 180 kilos, which would tie his best squat, his PR. Again, this is a good strategy as well. If you think you got it in you, go for it right now. Then you've got one lift to try to beat it. Kind of in that same vein as Kim. Just real close, seeing where you are in the neighborhood. I see both of them going for a PR on the next round. That's a good deep squat for David. Very deep. Great job. Excellent lift for him. 3 white lights for David. All right, that brings us to Reese Hubbard. Reese wants to place first in these meets. He wants to squat 450 pounds. Currently was successful at 170 kilos. He's got 182.5 kilos on here now. He's a tech support for a credit card processor. Did not get that one. All right, Anthony Pena in for his second attempt. Bar is loaded for Anthony. Anthony successful at 180 kilos. Has 190 kilos on the bar now. Down, up, and racket. Great job for Anthony. Antonio, I'm so sorry. Antonio Pena. Great lift for him. Mitchell Eggert with his second attempt. He was successful in his opener at 227.5 kilos. He will now be attempting 237.5 kilos. Walks it out. Drops down. Good deep squat there for Mitchell. And stands it up. Racks it. 3 white lights. Excellent job. Well, that brings us to Bryce Griffin, who struggled a little bit today early at 100 kilos. Just been real close on both attempts. Hopefully he can get that one here for his third and final squat attempt today. So everybody get behind Bryce here on this one. Squat. Nope, that one's way too high. Not going to get. Yeah, not too high. Way too high. So Bryce Griffin will not score in the squat today. Definitely a difference between lifting in a gym and your competitive lifting. Does throw you off a little bit, and this is his first meet. He is experiencing some growing pains. Back to Gabe here. Gabe's first competition. So he doesn't even really know what his personal bests are. So we can just assume that every lift that he's had so far has been a PR. He was successful at 125, 142.5, and now looks like he's going to be successful at 152.5. Good lift right there for Gabe. Having a heck of a first meet. William Kopcha is up next. He was successful in his first lift at 132.5. Missed on the last lift at 145. He will now be attempting 155. Might have been a little high on that one too. See what the judges have to say. Yeah, but he's still going to get it. I thought it was a little high. Marco Ramirez. Successful at 135 and 145, bumping this up to 155 for his final squat attempt of the day. Squat command's been given. Drops way down. Good depth there. And racket. Nice job. Good lift for Marco. Christopher Bigelow is our next athlete. He was successful at 162. Also successful at 170. Going to be going for a PR here now at 175 kilos. Actually, he already has that. A little higher than his last one's not quite going to get there. I do like to see people pushing themselves, though. All right, so that brings us to David Young, who was successful in his last attempt, which tied his PR, which is 180. He will be attempting 185 kilos. His last lift looked pretty good, so I think this is a good move for him. He looked pretty strong on that 180, so yeah, why not see what 5 more kilos can do. I like that, loosening up the shoulders just a little bit under the bar, kind of screwing them in there. Drops way down. He's got this. Yeah, nice job. And that's a PR for David Young. Great job. Excellent lift. Now a young man who is in this similar situation, Kim McCaskill, his top squat is 177.5. He hit 175 last time and hit it very convincingly. He's going to go ahead and go for the same weight here at 185 kilos. This would be a PR for him as well. That's a good deep squat. A little bit higher than his last one. I hope that doesn't cost him, but it looked deep enough to me. We'll see what the judges have to say. And they're going to give it to him. Nice job. Yeah, a little higher than his last one, but still met the depth he needed to. And congratulations to him for a PR as well. Successful meet for several folks already meeting some goals. Reese Hubbard now with his 3rd and final attempt. He was successful at 170, unsuccessful at 182.5. He's bumping this one all the way up to 190 kilos. Squat command has been given. That's a little too high. I don't think they're going to give him that one. Yeah. Antonio Pena, no. With his final attempt of the day, he was successful at 180, also successful at 190. He will be attempting 200 kilos here. Squats down, and he's going to grind this one out. He's got it. Nice job. 200 kilos. Successful lift for Antonio Pena. Mitchell Eggert, is up for his final attempt. Mitchell successful at 227.5, also successful at 137, or 237.5. 227.5 and 237.5. All right, let's get that clear. He will be attempting 245 kilos. Bringing in some extra spotters for this one. Some big weight right here. Over 500 pounds, we do add an extra spotter. Let's keep it right here for Mitchell. Down. Good squat right there for Mitchell. That looked great. Excellent job. Good squat. Great job for Mitchell. All right. Now we head on into our 3rd and final heat in the squats today. Our first attempt will be by Yosef and he will be attempting 142.5 kilos for his first attempt today. Yusuf. He's been training for just under a year with Krill Steffenhawk, who showed him powerlifting. He's a store manager at O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's his first meet. He golfs on his free time, and he manages over 70 people. It's pretty stressful. That might be a little high. See what the judges have to say. Yeah, a little bit high for his first attempt. Kind of rushed it a little bit. Maybe some of those first meet jitters. Pedro Sanchez is up next. Says the most important thing for him to do today is to just give it his all in hopes that it inspires other people. He's attempting 145 kilos for his first lift, and he got it. Great job for Pedro. Andrew Trujillo is up next. Andrew's opener today will be 155 kilos. His squat personal meet best is 385 pounds. He works at Colorado Mesa University in the Facilities Service Department. His coach is Kyle Kelly at Western Slope Strength and Power. He's seeking a 500 kilo total, starting off today at 155. He produces and shoots powerlifting documentaries on YouTube. Great lift right there for Andrew. Jay Wilmot is our next competitor. Jay will be attempting 180 kilos today. Squat command given to Jay. Down and up. Look deep enough to me. See where he's at. 3 white lights for Jay. Jay's best squat is 500 pounds. It's his first meet that he's ever been in. He's been lifting for weights for a long time. First time he's competed. He is coached and trains in Lakewood, coached by Weston Hirschauer. Miles Adler in now with his starting weight will be 182.5. Down and up, just like that. Great lift right there for Miles. Very competitive men's open class here today. All right, Steven Soto is our next athlete. He will open today with 200 kilos. Squats down. Good deep squat there for Steven. Racket. Did not count, not quite deep enough. Andrew Garcia will be attempting 205 kilos for his opener today. Wants to set PRs in all 3 lifts. Only lift that he has listed his total was at the deadlift at 585. So your guess is as good as mine. He coaches youth soccer. He's coached by Amanda Perro at Muscle and Mindset here in Denver, Colorado. 205 kilos on the bar. Down and up. Nice lift right there for Andrew. Samuel Johnson is our next competitor. He's looking for a 680-ish total. 480-ish dots would be nice. Mostly here to have fun, though, he says. His current best squat is 230 kilos. He's starting today at 222.5, so that's a good neighborhood to be in. This is his last semester of school at MSU Denver, studying exercise science. Wants to give a shout out to his grandparents, Bev, Eva, and Clyde. Trains at Muscle and Mindset in Denver, Colorado. Good lift right there for Samuel. Great job. Good lift. Kirill Stefanchuk is up next. 225 kilos loaded to the bar. Bar is loaded for Kirill. Good lift right there, up and down. Great, 3 white lights for him. Paul Whitmarsh is our next competitor. Paul is going to start his day at 275 kilos. His goals for this meet are a 300 kilo squat. So this is a good place to start, 275. He goes to school at Pima Medical. He wants to be a respiratory therapist. He's got a great hairdo. Wants to send a shout out to his parents, his siblings, and his grandparents. His coach is Weston. He trains right here in Thornton. This is his current PR right here, 275 kilos. So he's going to match that right now. Great lift. All right, we are back at the top of the order now. Yusuf's second attempt today, who was training under our last competitor, Kirill, right there. He likes to give him a shout out. He trains with him in Aurora. This is his first meet. He was unsuccessful at 142.5, but he's going to attempt 147.5 here. Deep squat. Yeah, that looked real good. Nice job for Yosef. Great job. Way to get on the board. Get some of those first meet jitters out of the way, I think. Pedro Sanchez is our next competitor. Pedro wants to inspire people. Had a good first attempt at 145 kilos. He's attempting 155 now. Good lift for Pedro. Andrew Trujillo is our next competitor. Andrew seeking that 500 kilo total for today. Was successful at 155, now attempting 165. His personal squat meet best is 385 pounds. He's right there. Bar is loaded. He's been interested in powerlifting for nearly 10 years, started competing and training properly for it about 2 years ago. Looked real good in his first attempt. Good speed, good form. Good deep squat there for Andrew. And he's got it. Miles Adler is our next competitor, competing in this very competitive men's Raw Open. He was successful at 182.5. He will now attempt 190 kilos. Squats down, good deep squat, nice job. Good form, everything, just like last time. Lather, rinse, repeat for Miles Adler. Jay Wilmot. Our next competitor. Jay successful at 180, now attempting 192.5, and he got it. His current best squat is 500 pounds. He works for the Colorado Division of Fire Protection and Control as a fire chief. Went to school at the University of Kentucky and played football there. Steven Soto. Is our next competitor. He failed at his first attempt at 200 kilos. He's now attempting 207.5. Keep squat down. He's going to grind this one out. I think they're going to give it to him on this one. One red light, one little high on one side, maybe. But that's going to count for Steven Soto, so he is on the board. Andrew Garcia is next. Andrew wants to set new PRs in all 3 lifts. Been powerlifting for about 2 years. He works for RTD and is in charge of safety for the light rail and the bus system. That's cool. Successful at 205, now is attempting 225 kilos. Deep breath in, squat command given. Deep squat, not as deep as the last one. See if that costs him. Look deep enough though. Yeah, a little high. Samuel Johnson is our next competitor. Samuel successful at 222.5. Now going for 235. Down, up, good lift for Samuel Johnson. Kirill Stepanchuk up now. Bar is loaded for him at 235 kilos. Down and up just like that. Great squat. Looking real good. Great lift. Paul Whitmarsh is our next competitor. Looking for that 300 kilo squat today. He's already hit a PR or matched his PR in his opener at 275 kilos. Now we'll be attempting 290 kilos. So again, good smart move here. Good strategy for Paul Whitmarsh. So this would just put him 10 under his goal for this meet. He already has matched his PR. So this will be a PR for him, regardless of what he gets in the next lift, if he gets this one. Deep breath in. Good deep squat right there, and he's got it. Excellent job. Great lift for Paul Whitmarsh. And that's a new PR for him, and he is just 10 kilos under his meet goal. And we are back to the top of the order here. Yusuf in his third attempt. He was unsuccessful at 142.5, but bounced back to 147.5. He will now be attempting 155 kilos. He's a golfer on his free time. Also looks to spend plenty of time in the weight room as well. Good squat right there. Great job. His goal was to focus on his form today, and he's done that. He's looked pretty good, really solid. Little miscue on his first attempt, but bounced back from that nicely. Pedro Sanchez is in now. His goal is to be the best version of himself. He doesn't have a dedicated coach, but he does have a group of friends that he works with. He didn't play sports until high school. An amazing coaching staff that has helped him get prepared for this meet. Pedro Sanchez, successful at 170 kilos. Andrew Trujillo is up with his third and final squat attempt today. He was successful at 155, also successful at 165 today. He will now be attempting 172.5. This will put him at a PR. Good deep squat right there for Andrew, and he got it. Coached by Kyle Kelly, Western Slope and Strength and Power. Miles Adler is our next competitor. Miles' first attempt at 182.5 was successful. Also successful at 190. Now we'll be going for 195 kilos. Good deep squat. And Miles just about lost it there, but managed to pull through. Great job for him. Jay Wilmont is next. Coached by Weston Hirschauer. Trains in Lakewood. Was successful at 180 kilos, also successful at 192. Will be attempting 205 kilos here. He's a former kicker for the University of Kentucky and an accomplished juggler. Down, up. Little higher than his last two, but I still think that was low enough. Yeah, good squat right there for Jay. Great job. Steven Soto is next. Steven failed on his first attempt at 200 for his opener, but came back strong with a good lift at 207.5. He will now be attempting 212.5. Good lift for Steven. He can get it. Not quite there. Just couldn't quite get out of the hole. Andrew Garcia is next. Andrew successful in his opener at 205, unsuccessful at 225, and will be attempting 235 kilos here. He's in charge of safety for RTD. Wants to give a shout out to his wife, who buys an absurd amount of food, he says, to feed him and the kids. Also puts up with their long workouts and odd times. Good depth. Great job. All right. Samuel Johnson is up next. He has already got a PR today. He was successful at 222.5, also successful at 235. Now coming into this meet, his best squat was 230. He will be looking to extend that PR right now with this attempt at 245 kilos. Down. He's going to fight through this one. He's going to get it. Nice job. Extending that PR, Samuel Johnson. Great job. He's a powerlifting strength and strength coach at Mind and Muscle Mindset, as well as a research assistant for DEXA. This is his last semester at MSU Denver. And that was a great. That was great. Bringing in the extra spotters again. Kirill Stepanchuk will be attempting 245 kilos here. Down and up. Struggled a bit there, but no, nice job. That's a sign of an experienced lifter. Just kept with it, kept going. I knew that it was going to get tough, but just that's when the form kicks in, right? And just stand it up. Nice job. Paul Whitmarsh is up next. Now, he is going for his meet. Well, this is his goal for the meet. Wanted to hit 300 kilos. This is 666 pounds, folks, by the way. 302.5 kilos. Ball is loaded for Paul. He does have 1 minute to make it to the platform after the bar is loaded. And he is getting himself psyched up. He's ready to go. He's ready. Let's keep it right here. Walks it out. Waiting for that squat command. Looks very comfortable right there. Down. He's going to get this. He's going to get it. Nice job. Look at that look on his face. He is pumped. Yeah, he got it. Great lift right there for Paul. Fantastic. Great job. All right, and that is going to do it for this first session of the squat. In this second session, I should say. But the squat is done with for the day. Some great squats already. Very exciting. We are going to be back here in just about 10 minutes or so from right now. So stay tuned. You are watching USA Powerlifting's Terror on the Platform right here, broadcasting live from CrossFit Mob in Thornton, Colorado. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes or so from right now. right, and we are back broadcasting live from CrossFit Mob right here in Thornton, Colorado for USA Powerlifting's Terror on the Platform. Just finished the last squat session of the day. Moving on to the bench press next. We've had a great, just a great session so far. Everybody has been enjoying themselves. We still have a packed house here, and we move into the bench section of this fourth and final event of the weekend. It's been a big weekend here. And again, thanks so much to everybody at CrossFit Mob, as well as all of our volunteers, all of the folks helping with the merchandise table, helping with the lifting and spotting and weight changing, just everything involved with everything that has gone on here this past weekend. We want to thank all of those folks to be involved. If you would like to be involved with USA Powerlifting, you can always find a way to do that by going to our website, which is usapowerlifting.com, or you can check out our Facebook page, usapowerlifting.com, right here in Colorado. Special thanks to all those involved. And we are just getting ready to start with the bench press section. And looks like the bench is set up here, but we do not have the weights loaded yet for our first lifter, which will be Nicholas Rain. We'll be getting to that here just shortly. Announcement has been made that your changes cannot be made, and that your weights now are ones that you will have to live with. So we'll be starting the bench press here in just a minute or two. Seen some big lifts already here today. Saw some big lifts this morning. Also, here just a few minutes ago, saw a gigantic squat, over 660 pounds. All right, here we go with Nicholas Rain. He is our first competitor here in the bench. He will be attempting 72.5 kilos. Down, up, and rack it. Great job. Thing to keep in mind with the bench press is the most technical of the lifts, and what I mean by that, there are more rules to follow. I think that might be a more appropriate way to say it. You do have to unrack the bar, then wait for the start command from the head judge. Then once that bar hits your chest, it has to settle, and you must wait for the press command from the head judge. Then from there, you must wait till you hear the rack command from the judge. So lots of things technically that can go wrong. You can rush one or two things. Your bar might be moving on your chest before you press it, any of those things. So therefore, you do see some more defaults here in the bench press than other lifts. Trevor Mead is our next competitor. Trevor going for 90 kilos to start things off today. And rack it. Zachary Chase will be starting his bench press session here next. Zach will be attempting 95 kilos today. Down to the chest, press command given, and rack command given. Nice lift right there from Zachary Chase. Tony Goldsmith is up next. Tony's first attempt in the bench today will be at 97.5. Bar is loaded for Tony. Tony's best bench is 110. It's a good starting spot. Might not get there today. That's a bigger jump in the bench press than it would be in a squat or a deadlift for sure. We'll see where he's at right now. Bar down to the chest, press, and rack. Nice way to start off, 97.5. Great lift from Tony Goldsmith. Cameron Binns is our next competitor. He will attempt 102.5 kilos for his opener in the bench press today. Cameron looked good in the squat. Bars loaded for Cameron. Good setup by Cameron. Bar comes down. Press. Rack. Good lift for Cameron Binns. Eric Baer is our next lifter. It's his first meet, so he's just here to see what he can do, he says. He works for his coach is Brady Cable in Portland, Oregon. Said he's always been a skinny endurance athlete, so it's nice being strong. It's kind of new to him, he says. A start command has been given, press command given, and a racket. Great job right there for Eric. Jeremy Crawley up next. Bars loaded for Jeremy. Jeremy's best bench is 275 pounds. This is 115 kilos, so a good starting spot for Jeremy here. He's a finance manager for an air medical transport company. Trains at the Denver Barbell Club. Nice lift. Joe Robbins is next. Joe's first attempt here in the bench will be at 130 kilos. Nice high arch there for Joe. Getting himself set. Press command given. Nice job for Joe. Did see a little movement, I think, but that lift is going to count for Joe. Nicholas Trickus is up next. Nicholas had some good squats earlier. He's going to start his day in the bench at 135 kilos. Bars loaded, he's underneath it, ready to go. His current best bench is 140 kilos. This puts him in a good spot to get to that 5 kilos. Press looks good. Great job. Let's see a PR out of Nick here today. 2 of the judges like that one. That's all that counts. John Mall is next. John's first attempt today will be at 140 kilos. John's best bench is 340 pounds. He'll be starting today off at 140 kilos. Not a bad place to start. And Racket. He trains American Ninja Warriors and has been on the show and owns a gym called Ninja Intensity. I mentioned that earlier. It's pretty fascinating. That's cool stuff right there. Timothy Gooden is up next. He is a pilot. He's going to start his day here in the bench with 147.5 kilos. His best bench is 155. This puts him real close to that here at 147. Good place to start. Kind of a safe weight. He got it. Nice job. Joshua Barron is our next competitor. Joshua's first bench attempt today will be at 150 kilos. Down. Press command has been given and lock it out. Racket. 150 kilos. Great start for Joshua Barron. Nicholas Rain upcoming for his second attempt today. Nicholas was successful at 72.5. Now will be attempting 75. Best bench press on record is 170 pounds. He beat that in his first attempt. Or no, he will beat that here, I believe. I gotta do my math. Been training for about 6 months, and folks said you should try powerlifting, and he did, and he seems to really like it. There you go. Trevor Mead is our next competitor. Check his setup here. Down. Press and racket. Zachary Chase is up. Zachary's first attempt was at 95 kilos. This attempt will be at 100 kilos. Down, press it out, and rack command is given, Good lift from Zachary Chase. Tony Goldsmith is our next competitor. Tony had a good squat session. Successful in his first bench press attempt. Tony got a PR on his squat, I believe. He's now attempting 102.5 kilos. Down to the chest. Press it out. Good. All right. So his best bench in competition is 110 kilos. He just hit 102.5. This is a very doable goal for him. Catherine Binns will be attempting 110 kilos. Was successful at 102. All right. Down to the chest. Press command is given. Good slow and controlled. Good form right there for Cameron Binns. Great lifts. He has been solid today. Jeremy Crawley, our next competitor. Was successful at 115. Will now be attempting 120 kilos. Had a good squat session earlier today. His best bench is 275 pounds, so he is right there right now. 120 kilos up and down just like that. Great job for Jeremy Crawley. Wants to give a shout out to his mother and brother. He trains with Connor Weath at Denver Barbell Club. This is his first meet. He's having a good time, I hope. Eric Baer. Now Eric is doing well today. He was successful at 112.5. His second attempt here will be at 120. Bars down to the chest. Press command given. Locked it out. All right, he's got it. 3 white lights for Eric Baer. Our endurance athlete. Joe Robbins is up. Joe successful in his first attempt today at 130 kilos. He will now be attempting 140 kilos. Little last minute conversation there with the spotters. Good deep arch, walks his feet in, gets his feet set. Needs that leg drive for sure. Going to struggle through this one, but I think he's going to get it if he keeps going up. Nope, not going to get it. You see him shake his head there. Couldn't quite get that one. So again, Joe will have to attempt 140 again or go higher on the next one. Although the way that one looked, I don't know that going higher is a smart move. Maybe we can try to block that one out. He was close. Nicholas Tracus is our next competitor with his second attempt here in the bench press. He was successful at 135. He will now attempt 142.5. Down. Press. And rack. John Mall is our next competitor. John successful today at 140 kilos in his first bench, moving up to 145. Again, I talked about this earlier. You don't see the bigger jumps really in the bench press. You don't see that too much. 5 kilo jump can be significant. John looked good though in his last attempt at 140. All right, bar is unracked. Start command is given. Press command given. And rack it. Good job for John Mall. His form has looked real solid today, all day. Timothy Gooden is back now. He was successful at 147.5, now be attempting 155 kilos. This will be a PR for him if he gets it. Or no, I'm sorry, it will tie his PR. So this is a good spot for him to be in. If he gets this, and depending on how it feels to him, anything he can go from here is all gravy, right? Down. Press, he's going to get this. Nope. Going to struggle with it. Not quite there today. So that puts him in an interesting position. Go for that weight that he did struggle with, again, because he has to at least go with that. Or do you just think maybe I can grit my teeth and get another 2.5 kilos? It'll be interesting to see in his next attempt. Bar is loaded now for Joshua Barron, who was successful at 150, now moving up to 157.5 kilos. Start command given, press command given. Nice job, kept that bar moving. Didn't see a drop. 3 white lights for Joshua Barron. Great job. Nicholas Rain is in at the top of the order now for his 3rd and final attempt at the bench press. He has been successful at 72.5, also successful at 75 kilos. He will be attempting 80 kilos here. Good setup. Nicholas is set, press, and lock it out. Nice job. Great job from Nicholas. Trevor Mead is our next competitor. He's been successful today at 90 and 95, going up 2.5 kilos here at 97.5 kilos. Isn't that a radio station? Something like that, right? 97.3, I think. Set up here. Going to unrack it himself. Chest, press command given. He's going to get this if he keeps going. Nice job. Good work right there, Trevor. Just has to lock it out and rack it. Good lift. Excellent job. Great way to end your bench press session. He worked for that one. Nice job. Zachary Chase is up. Zachary has looked good so far. He is hit at 95 and at 100 kilos. Now be attempting 105 kilos here. He's unracked the bar himself. Down to the chest and press. And lock it out and rack. All right, Tony Goldsmith is our next competitor. Tony Goldsmith was successful at 97.5, also successful at 102.5. He will be attempting 107.5 here. Down, press. He's going to get that one, I think. Didn't see any movement. Great lift for Tony Goldsmith, and I believe that is a PR for Tony. That was just under his PR today. His PR in the bench is 110 kilos. That was 107.5. So good though. Good performance there. Cameron Binns is our next competitor. He has been successful at 102.5, also successful at 110. He will now attempt 117.5 kilos. Press command has been given. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. He's not going to get it. Seen that bar starting to descend a little bit. He was fighting it though. All right. So that will bring us to our next competitor, which is Jeremy Crawley. Jeremy will be attempting 125. He was successful at 115, also successful at 120. Has had a pretty solid day overall. Also looked good in the squats. His max bench is 275 pounds coming into this competition. This would be a PR for him if he gets it. And he does. Lift is good for Jeremy, so he has hit a PR. Great job for him. Eric Bear is our next competitor. Again with the same weight here. Was successful at 112.5, also successful at 120. Will now be attempting 125 kilos. Press, and he got it. No, not going to give it. Judges say no on that one. Looks like his hips came off the bench. That's what they're saying. At least that's what I can hear from here. All right, Joe Robbins is up next. Now, Joe was successful in his first attempt at 130, but failed at 140. He will now be attempting 140 kilos again. I like how he sets up, gets his feet set, then walks them back, puts that good high arch in his back. Not too high. High enough. Bars lifted off. Down. Press command given. He's going to struggle with this one. Saw a little bit of movement, but I think if he can get this, they're going to give it to him. Wasn't a whole lot. See what the judges have to say there. Yeah, there enough movement there. A little bit of a twist. You saw one of the hips come off the bench. Feet moved just a bit. Great character from Joe fighting through that one. Okay, which brings us to our next competitor, Nicholas Tracus. Nicholas was successful at 135, also successful at 142. He will be attempting 147.5. There we go as we just about wrap up this flight. A couple more competitors left. Press command given. Racket. Great job there. John Mall is up. John has been successful today in the bench so far at 140 and 145. Logical next step for him would be 150, which is what he's going for right now. Down to his chest, press, and racket. Nice job for John Mall. We'll see what the judges have to say about that one. Looked good to me from here. Judges agree. All right, Timothy Gooden now. This would tie his PR, 155. He failed on it last time. He's going to go for this weight again. Maybe thinking that going a little heavier was probably not a good call. Wants to at least match his meet PR here. And if he is successful here at 155, he will do that. Gets his feet set. Down. Press. He's going to fight through this one. Not going to get it today. Thought he just about had it. Was about ready to break through, and then you see it just drop. Didn't work there. Final lifter in this heat will be Joshua Barron. Joshua Barron was successful at 150, also successful at 157.5. It's a big jump here, though, up to 165. Getting his feet set. Now, puts him down. Press command given. He's going to fight through this one. It's moving a lot. I don't know that even if he were able to lock that one out, it would have counted. All right. So that is going to do it for our second flight here today in the bench press. We're going to move on now to flight number 3. And our first lifter in flight number 3 will be William Kopcha. William going to be attempting 100 kilos today. Press, and he's got it. Good lift for William. 3 white lights, great way to start off. Bryce Griffin is our next competitor. Bar is loaded for Bryce. Same weight, 100 kilos. Takes it off himself. Well, got to re-rack it there. He's got to take those off so they don't go over the bar. Down, press, not going to get it. David Young is our next competitor. David. His best bench press to date is 115. This puts him at 107.5. So puts him in a good position to get that. And that looked pretty easy on him. So I think we could see a PR from David Young coming up here in the next few minutes. Gabe Hunker is our next competitor. He will be attempting 107.5 kilos. Never competed before. His first competition here. Says he could teach people about climbing and lifting and ultra trail running. Was an ultra runner before lifting. Great job for Gabe. Antonio Pena is next. Bars loaded for Antonio. He will be attempting 110 kilos for his first attempt. Set, press, rack. Good lift from Antonio. Christopher Bigelow is our next competitor. His best bench is 245 pounds. He's starting off at 110 kilos, so he's in the neighborhood here. He's been training since mid-July this year. He trains at Uplift Boulder. Down, press. And rack. Nice job. Marco Ramirez is our next competitor. His first attempt today will be at 112 kilos. 112.5. Down, press, and lock it out and rack it. Good lift from Marco Ramirez. You are watching Terror on the Platform here in USA Powerlifting. Thank you so much for joining us today. We are broadcasting live from CrossFit Mob right here in Boulder, Colorado. Special shout out to everybody who has helped us out today. Thank you so much for being a part of everything and just making everything run so smooth here today. Ian Gothi is up next. He has been training in powerlifting for 2 years, competing in push-pull today. So this is his first attempt of the day even. And we'll see him again in the deadlift as well. He will be attempting 120 kilos. Down, press, and rack it. Great job for Ian. Great way to get on the board, get started at 120 kilos. Kim McCaskill is our next competitor. Kim hitting a PR earlier in the squat today. It was impressive. He will be attempting 125 kilos. His best bench is 130 kilos. So again, similar situation that he put himself into earlier today. Hopefully the same strategy will pay off. He's at 125 now, so just 5 kilos under. I say just. Easier said than done, but he's got 2 lifts to get there. And if they go just like that, then we've got another PR for Kim. Great job. All right. Moving on to our next competitor, which will be Reese Hubbard. Reese will start off today in the bench at 142.5. .142 kilos on the bar for Reese. His best bench is 315. Press and rack. That's a good lift. Good way to start things off for Reese. As I say, shout out to his mom, Sheila, and his best friend, Ben, and his family all around the United States. Works out at Vasa Fitness in Westminster. Mitchell Eggert is our next competitor. He will be attempting 160 kilos. And press, racket. Good lift for Mitchell. He's had a couple real solid lifts in the squat, and he's off to a good start here in the bench as well. Bryce Griffin in now. Now Bryce failed on his first attempt at 100 kilos, and he will be attempting that now. By the way, he's lost over 100 pounds to be in the weight class that he is in today. That's impressive, Bryce. Here we go. Down, press. Struggling with it, can't quite get it. Going to fail at 100 again. So let's see. He's got to at least try that next time. Second attempt now for William Kopcha. William successful at 100 kilos earlier. Will now put 107 kilos on the bar, 107.5. And that will be his second attempt today. Here we go. Down, press, and racket. Great lift for William. 107 0.5 kilos in his second attempt. Antonio Pena is next. Antonio's first attempt at 110 kilos was good. He will now be attempting 115 kilos. And press. Great job for Antonio. Successful at 115 kilos. Great job for him. You are watching Terror on the Platform for USA Powerlifting right here on YouTube. Thanks so much for joining us. Don't forget, you can always find out what's going on with USA Powerlifting by checking out the website, usapowerlifting.com. You can check out our Facebook here to find out what's going on regionally here in Colorado as well at usapowerlifting.com, and look for the Colorado link there. Christopher Bigelow attempting 115, and he's going to get it. That's a good solid lift for Christopher. He's had a good day today. All right, David Young is up. Bar is loaded for David. He was successful at 107.5. He will now be attempting 115, and this would match his PR. So puts him in a good spot. If he were to get this, everything from here on up would be a PR. Can match this here. Press, and he's going to do it. A little bit of a dip. I wouldn't call that a dip necessarily. I think he's going to get it. Yeah, good. Just sort of one arm stopped moving and the other one kept going. That happens sometimes. Good lift right there for David. Marco Ramirez is up. Marco Ramirez successful at 112.5. He will now attempt 117.5. Down command given. Press command given. Good lift right there for Marco. Excellent job. Don't forget, if you do want to help us out, become a volunteer here, or find out about next meets and you want to compete, you can always do that by checking out our website, usapowerlifting.com. It's been a long weekend, folks. I'm not going to lie. I've been on this mic for around 24 hours total. Well, by the time we're done, it will be 24 hours total. That's okay. I enjoy it. Gabe Hunker up next. Big jump here to 125 kilos. Gabe's first meet, so everything he does is a PR. Can't beat that. That was a great lift right there for Gabe Hunker. 125 kilos for him. Ian Goth is up next. Ian doing the push-pull competition today. He was successful at 120. He will now be attempting 127.5 kilos. And bar is loaded for him. He's been training for about 2 years, he says. Down. I might have come up a little early on that. See what they're going to give it to him, though. Looked a little early to me. Maybe it was just good timing on his part. All right, Kim McCaskill now is going to be attempting 130 kilos. And I believe that this will tie his previous best. So this will tie his PR right here, and again puts him in a good position for his next lift to break that PR. He looked good on his last attempt at 125. So he really has had a smart strategy throughout this competition. Really familiar with what he can do, and that's always a good sign. Press. He's going to get this one. I don't see any movement. There you go. So he has tied his PR. So now the question is, when you go up, how much do you go up? That one was a little tougher. Does he go up 2.5 kilos? 319 pounds here, or 145 kilos for Reese Hubbard. Keep it right here. Press, and he got it. Nice job. So that is a PR for Reese Hubbard on his second attempt. So he has one more attempt to extend that. Great job for him. Looked real good. See him extend that. He was a football player and wrestler in high school, but outside of that, he's been powerlifting for most of his adult life. You can see he's got great form. Mitchell Eggert is our next competitor. Mitchell was successful at 160. He will now be attempting 167.5. Weight comes down, press, command given, and racket. All right, we are at the top of the order now for the third and final attempt for the folks in this flight. Bryce Griffin now up. He has failed at 100 kilos for his 2 previous attempts. He's got one more shot at it right here. Let's hope he gets it. He's been real close on both. Come on, he's got it. He's got it. It's not going to go today. He almost had it right there. That's a tough weight for him to hit. Couldn't quite get it today. William Kopcha is our next competitor. William was successful at 100 kilos, also successful at 107.5. He will now attempt to end his day here at 112.5. Brings it down, press. Command is given. He's going to fight through this one. He's going to get this. 3 white lights for William at 112.5 kilos. David Young up now with his third attempt. David was successful at 115. He's now going to give 117.5 a shot. And this would be a PR for him. He tied his PR on his last attempt. So, here we go for a PR. Light comes down. Might have come up a little early. I hope that it'll count. Yeah, it was a little early. And that's unfortunate because he had a PR right there. Strength was there, form was there, just came up just a little bit early. That's too bad. Antonio Pena is our next competitor. Antonio Pena is now in with his third and final bench attempt at 120 kilos. Keep it right here. Down, press, and racket. Good lift right there from Antonio Pena. Christopher Bigelow now. All right, he's been successful at 110, 115. Now he's attempting 120. Press command given. He's going to get this. Keep going. Don't stop. He's got it. Come on. No, and he couldn't quite get that. Just about there. Really, really close. But he does have a PR today. Marco Ramirez is the next competitor. He was successful at 112.5, also successful at 117.5. Now will be attempting 122.5. It's a big lift. And nice job. Good, slow bar speed. But, yeah, good. Nice job. Continue to work. And he got it. Gabe Hunkler is up. Gabe has been very impressive today for this being his first meet. Only training in powerlifting since about April, I believe. Successful at 107.5, also successful at 125. Big jump here now then to 132.5. Press commands given. He's gonna struggle with that one. I thought he was gonna be able to lock it out. Not quite there. All right, as we head back to Ian Goth. Ian successful at 120, also successful at 127.5. He will now be attempting 135. Weight comes down. Press command's been given. He's going to fight with this one. Not going to get it. Still seeing a lot of movement in the lower body as well. Almost there for Ian. All right, so now we're back to Kim McCaskill. Kim, opportunity now to get a PR. Tied his PR on the last attempt at 130 kilos. He will now be attempting 135 kilos. If he gets that. Applying the same strategy used with the squat to the bench. And he's not going to get it. I think that 5 kilo jump was just a little high. Second guessing here. Of course, maybe he could have went with 132.5. But you never know. Look, you don't get a PR every day. That's why they're so special, right? All right. Last competitor in this flight, I believe, is Reese Hubbard. Reese was successful at 142.5. He was also successful at 145. He will now be attempting 150 kilos. Down. He's going to press this one out. Looks like he's going to get it. Keep going. No, not quite. Almost there for Reese Hubbard. So Reese will end his day at 145 kilos. In the bench. And we do have Mitchell Eggert in his last attempt here at the bench. He was successful at 160, also successful at 167.5. He will be pushing up to 172.5 kilos next. Mitchell's had some real good lifts so far today. Goes down. He's going to press this one out. Is he going to get it? He's going to keep in that bar moving. Hasn't dropped. Great job. That was a good lift. But yeah, I thought maybe a little bit of movement there. All right. So that is going to conclude that flight, and we are heading into our third flight and final flight in the bench press here today. Expect to see some big lifts here in this one. Yosef is up first. He will be attempting 107.5 kilos. He's a store manager for O'Reilly Auto Parts. Golfs on his free time. He's had a good meet so far today. Press and locks it out. Nice job. 107.5 kilos for his first attempt. He said one of his goals for this meet was to focus on form, and his form's been on point, I think, all day today. He's looked pretty good. Andrew Trujillo is next at 117.5 kilos. Andrew Trujillo is seeking a 500 kilo total. He is take a good chunk out of that with the big bench today. His best bench in a meet is 275 pounds. Now he's starting off here at 117.5 kilos. Works out at Mesa Fitness in Grand Junction, Colorado. Not going to get that one there. Started to lean a little to the left. Miles Adler. Our next competitor will be starting off today at 120 kilos. Dip there. Waited for that start command. Almost went. Hopefully that won't cost him. I don't think it should. Yeah, good. Great job. All right, Pedro Sanchez is up next. He wants to be an inspiration for folks and just truly believes that he can achieve anything through God who strengthens him. So he wants to inspire other folks. Bar is loaded at 125 kilos for Pedro. Bar comes down. Press command's been given. And rack it, lock it out. Nice job. Good job for Pedro Sanchez. Good lift. Steven Soto is our next competitor. Steven will be attempting 132.5 for his first attempt. Here we go, Steven Soto. Bars unracked. Start command given. Press commands given. And rack it. Nice job. Very good. Andrew Garcia is our next competitor. Andrew wants to set PRs in all of his lifts. We only have one of his totals here, though. Coaches youth soccer. He's played high school football and basketball. If you could give anybody any info about their first meet, nice job, Andrew. You say to train, and to rest in between your lifts today. Good advice. Don't get too active. Paul Whitmarsh is our next competitor. Paul's going to start his bench press today at 145 kilos. His best bench in competition is 147.5. So his opener here is just underneath that. Very similar to what he did in the squat, is knowing where he's at, kind of hitting that first opener right. And so everything from here on out will be a PR or improvement. And he crushed that. Great job for Paul Whitmarsh. Goes to school at Pima Medical to become a respiratory therapist. Trains right here in Thornton, Colorado. And I haven't mentioned it, he's got a great hairdo. Fantastic. Color, everything looks great. See, I'm a serious journalist, folks. I don't want to mention frivolous things just right off the bat, but I do notice them. All right, Jay Wilmot is up next. Jay's current best bench is 405. He'll be starting off today at 165 kilos. Great place to start for him. Trains in Lakewood, Colorado. Former kicker for the University of Kentucky. And one heck of a power lifter. He's had some great squats earlier today and did get that one. So maybe saw a little movement there, I think. Samuel Johnson is our next competitor. Samuel Johnson's previous PR on the bench is 162.5. He's going to start today at 165. And press, racket. Great job for Samuel Johnson. Trains at Muscle and Mindset here in Denver. Coach is David Wolfson. When asked what other sports he's been successful in, he says, I've never been successful in any sports, including powerlifting. It's good to have a good sense of humor. All right. Krill Stepanchuk is up now. He's had an impressive squat earlier today. He's going to be starting today off with 195 kilos. Comes down, press, just like that. Easy peasy. All right, we are back to the top of the order now with Youssef. Youssef was successful at 107.5. He will now be attempting 115. All right, here we go with his attempt at 115 kilos. We're all set. Press command given. Good job. Nice job. Youssef's first meet, and he said he wants to focus on form. His form has been on point all day today, actually. He has looked good in everything. Andrew Trujillo is our next competitor. Andrew's personal best bench has been 242 pounds in competition. This will put him right there. He failed at this weight last time at 117.5 kilos. Let's hope he gets it this time. Bar comes down. Press command has been given. And he's locking it out. Great job. Good lift right there for Andrew Trujillo. Still one red light, but 2 out of 3 will get you. Miles Adler has had a good day today. Successful in his first attempt in the bench at 120. Will now be moving on to 125. Unracks it himself. Down to his chest. Waits for that press command. And he's got it. Good lift right there for Miles Adler. So we're making our way to our next competitor, which will be Pedro Sanchez. Pedro's first attempt was at 125. He was successful there. Moving on to 155. His current best bench press was 405. He's just recently lost 80 pounds. Let's just send a shout out to Bree, who says he's never gave up on him and never stopped believing in him. Without her, he wouldn't be able to realize all his dreams. Here's another good one here. Great job for Pedro Sanchez. Good, nope. Saw a little bit of movement there. I think that was the call. Didn't see it from our vantage point, but we aren't that close. Steven Soto is our next competitor. He'll be in and was successful at 132.5. Now be attempting 137.5. He's down. Press command given. And another good lift from Steven Soto. 137.5 kilos there. Andrew Garcia next. He works at RTD and is in charge of safety for the light rail and the bus systems. His coach is Amanda Perro at Muscle and Mindset in Denver, Colorado. He'll be attempting 142.5 here. Bar comes down. Press command given. Presses it up. Nice. Looked easy there for Andrew. Great lift for him. Paul Whitmarsh is up next. Impressive first lift at 145 kilos. Now be making his way to the bench with a second attempt of 152.5. His best bench is 147 kilos. This will be a PR for him if he gets it, 152.5. Again, similar strategy that he had in the squat. It paid off for him there big time. It's going to pay off for him here too, I believe. There's a PR there. And when we go from here is another PR for Paul. Great lift right there. All right, Jay Wilmot up now. His best lifts include a 405 bench press. And he's around 380 right here with 172.5 kilos. Doing very, very well for being his first meet. But you can tell this is a man who's been lifting most of his life for sure. He's got some discipline that goes along here. Good lift there. Yeah, I was going to say, might have come off the chest a little fast, and one of the judges, I think, caught that too, but, you know, still a good lift for Jay. Nice job. Samuel Johnson is up next. And the bar is loaded for Samuel. He'll be attempting 172.5. This will be another PR for him. So just extending that PR that he got last time. His first meet was about 3 years ago. He is a powerlifting and strength coach. Talk about leading by example right there for Samuel Johnson. He's had a good meet so far. Said if he was going to give anybody a suggestion in their first meet to pick light openers, not a bad strategy. You know, you got to get the feel. Use a little strategy in what you're doing. All right. Kirill Stepanchuk is next. Bar is loaded for him. He will be attempting 205 kilos here. Down, press, and rack it. Excellent job. All right, we are at the top of the order now for Andrew Trujillo. His last bench of the day. Andrew unsuccessful in his first attempt at 117, but came back and got it in his next attempt. He's now going for 120 kilos. bar is loaded for him. Command is given. Press command given. Oh, not going to do it. Fell a little short there on that one. Just kind of went a little forward. Andrew Chihiro. Youssef is up next. Was successful at 107.5. Also successful at 115. Attempting to end his meet today at 122.5. Or I'm sorry, end his bench today. We still have the deadlift to go. Bar comes down. Press. He's fighting his way through this one. Not going to get it today. Overall, been a good meet for Youssef, especially considering it's his first meet. Miles Adler is up next. Miles hit at 120, also hit at 125. We're going to be attempting 127.5 kilos right here. You are watching Terror on the Platform for USA Powerlifting. It's been a great event. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight and all weekend, really. Always a great time here at USA Powerlifting. Special thanks to the folks at CrossFit Mob. 127.5 kilos for Miles Adler. Start command given, press command given. Nice job. Miles' form has been on point all day today. Just everything has looked really, really solid. He's hit some really solid weights. And been in control the whole time. Doesn't look like he's really had to struggle. And I say that knowing that, yes, it was a struggle. These are heavy weights, and I don't mean to downplay it at all. He's just been that good today. He's really looked solid. Pedro Sanchez failed at this weight last time. Going to be attempting 135 kilos here. And keeps going up. Good lift right there. I would give it to him for sure. Yeah, nice job. It's one thing that you have to watch. You do watch that even though the bar speed slows down, is it still progressing? Is it still going forward, not coming back down at all? That's a tough thing to watch sometimes. As in hard to tell. Steven Soto's had a good day as well. He was successful at 132.5, also successful at 137.5. Will now be attempting 140 kilos. And press command given. Nope, not going to get it today. So Stephen will end his day in the bench at 137.5. Andrew Garcia is up next. Andrew was successful at 135, also successful at 142.5. And he will now attempt 150 kilos. Spotter in position. He's got the bar. Ready to go. Press it. Not going to get that one today. Real close. Just about ready to turn the corner on that. Couldn't quite get it. All right, we go move to Paul Whitmarsh now. who's been impressive today. Already hit a PR at 152.5 last time, moving up now to 157.5 for his third and final attempt. Bar is loaded for Paul. Down. Press command given. Struggling a little bit, kinda. Nice job for Paul Whitmarsh. 2 PRs for him here today in this competition. Jay Wilmot up now. He's got 396 pounds on this bar right now. His best ever is 405, so he won't get there today, but he's in the same neighborhood, and he's had a great competition. Was successful at 165, also successful at 172.5, and he will now be attempting 180 kilos. Down, press. Not going to get there today. Still had a great, has had a great session. Great competition so far. Samuel Johnson is up next. He will also be attempting 180 kilos. He was successful at 165, also successful at 172.5. With 180 kilos on the bar. Comes down, presses it up. Nice job. Big bench right there for Samuel Johnson. Strength and conditioning, or strength and power coach. Great job. All right. We're moving on now to, I believe, our last competitor in the bench today. Krill Stepanchek. He was successful at 195, also successful at 205. The bar is loaded now at 212.5 kilos. Comes down, press, keep pressing. He's going to keep going, and he's got it. Nice job, great lift. Yeah. Not only moving some big weights, but has hit every lift that he's attempted today. All right. And that is going to do it for the bench press portion of the afternoon session here. We've got one more session to go, and that is the deadlift. I'm excited to see where we go from here with some big deadlifts, I'm sure, in our future. We're going to be back here in just a bit, so hang on. Go grab yourself a snack and be prepared to watch the deadlift as we conclude the terror on the platform. Coming up next right here on USA Powerlifting's YouTube channel, broadcasting live from CrossFit Mob right here in Thornton, Colorado. Be back in about 10 minutes. right, and we are back live for USA Powerlifting's Terror on the Platform. My name is Derek Stone. I've been with you all day, and I'm going to be here till the end, which is, just about here. As a matter of fact, we are just about ready to start the deadlift. My favorite part of every competition here, as a matter of fact, coming up next. You know what they say, the meat doesn't start until the weight hits the floor. And we've seen some big lifts, especially in there you see our MC here having a little fun with the cameras, just came by and waved to me. He's all pumped up. We've seen some big lifts, and that's really pumped up the entire crowd, as a matter of fact. So thank you so much to everybody who has been involved here, and the energy here has been great. It's been fantastic all day long, but really kind of hitting a fever pitch here, which is exactly what you want towards the end of the night. And we are just about ready to get started with the deadlift portion of this event. We've seen a lot of folks with some PRs, a lot of folks, practicing for regionals, nationals, that kind of stuff. Seen some big lifts lately in yesterday as well as today. And we are ready with our first competitor will be Nicholas Rain. And Nicholas will be attempting 122.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for him, but we are just getting some last minute things worked out, instructions, making sure everybody's go down. Now the time for the openers to be entered has closed, so we are all set to start this competition, the deadlift part of this competition, I should say. Thank you again to all of our volunteers who have come out and helped us out. If you ever want to volunteer for USA Powerlifting and be a part of this great organization, you can do that by checking out our website, which is usapowerlifting.com. And you can also check it out on our Facebook page, usapowerlifting.com. This has been a great one. I also mentioned yesterday, always love the T-shirt designs that the folks here at USA Powerlifting have, but I will say this one, that the design here with the Terror on the Platform is my favorite. Before that, it was Yoki, and then it was also the Donkey Kong kind of themed one that was good as well for the Fall Brawl. But I think this one is my favorite. So get yourself a T-shirt and check it out online if you want. You can do that too. All right, we are ready. Judges are in position. Nicholas Rain has had a good day today. He's going to start us off here in the deadlift with those amazing pink shoes. And he is ready. 122.5 kilos up and down just like that. Now the deadlift, pretty simple, right? I mean, you just got to pick it up, right? There are a couple of rules, but less technical than every one of every other lift. You do have to grip the bar, lift it up, and then you do have to wait for a down command. There is no hitching. So we do have to pay attention to that. But for the most part, deadlift goes pretty quick. Lots of folks doing similar weights, not a lot of changeover time. And you just move through it pretty quick. Bar is loaded for Zachary Chase. Zach's had a really solid day today. And I apologize, I will sound like a broken record, and I'll say that a lot. But we've seen some folks have real good days, really solid, come in with a good game plan, and have been able to execute that. So some good coaching and good strategy by most of the athletes we have seen here today. A lot of times we do have some folks that does their first, maybe second competition, so they're not exactly sure what to do, and you kind of learn that by trial and error. But we've seen some real solid lifts. All right. Tony Goldsmith up now. Tony's PR in the deadlift is 170 kilos. Starting off right here at 160. This is exactly a great spot for him to get a nice, safe lift that he's going to do pretty well in right there. Good. Now, the deadlift is one of those lifts where you can definitely bump up a significant amount of weight, and folks most often do. You see the biggest jumps in the deadlift in competitions. So a 10 kilo jump, not too bad in a deadlift, especially when you're feeling good. So I think Tony Goldsmith is in a good spot there. There's a lot of words to say, that just to say Tony, I think, is doing well. All right, Eric Bayer is in now with his first attempt. He will be attempting 167.5. 167.5 for Eric Baer. Good lift for Eric. This is Eric's first competition, so in essence, every lift that he has done has been a PR for him. It's a fascinating story to me that he's been a skinny endurance cyclist and an endurance athlete his whole life, and just kind of picked up powerlifting back in August of last year, so just over a year of lifting, and he's kind of gotten used to being a stronger guy. That's pretty cool. Jeremy Crawley is our next athlete. He's got 175 on the bar here. His best deadlift is 425, so he's in good position to get that today. Good lift. Great job for Jeremy Crawley. Trevor Mead is our next competitor. Trevor's going to start his day also at 175. Just got to make sure that the weight is adjusted every time it gets set down. Those plates move a little bit, so we got to tighten it up. Trevor Mead's weight is loaded. Here we go. I sometimes forget about my cool new angle here. And back down. Great job. Lift is good for Trevor Mead. All right. John Mall is up next. And he's up and back down. Great lift right there for John Mall. Folks, I'm going to take about a 30 seconds kind of silence here. I got to check something with this mic. I think it's going to be okay, but I will be right back. But we will keep the video obviously going. Joshua Barron up next with his first attempt at 190 kilos. All right. And he's got it. Great job. Up next will be Joe Robbins. Joe Robbins is going to be attempting 210 kilos. And again, folks, I will be right back here after this lift. Joe Robbins' 210 kilo attempt. right, Nicholas Tracus in there. Good lift for him. And we are back now. Thank you for indulging me and to fix a little audio issue. It's all good now. Cameron Binns is in next with his first attempt. He'll be attempting 205 kilos. I'm sorry, 235 kilos. Cameron's had a good day. That's a good lift for him. Excellent job. Great job. Timothy Gooden is up now. His first attempt will be 265. There we go with Timothy Gooden, who is a pilot and has had a good day today. Just get a big pull out of Timothy here. Nice lift right there for Timothy. Saw the camera shake on that one. Good for Timothy Gooden. That is his PR in the deadlift is 280 kilos. He will most likely get to that today. Nicholas Rain now in for his second attempt. He is at 135 kilos here today for his second attempt. Has really looked good. There we go, 3 white lights for Nicholas. Having a great day so far. As we continue now with Zachary Chase. Bar is loaded for Zachary. He will be attempting 167.5 kilos here. Up and down just like that. Wow. Great lift right there for Zachary. He's had a real solid day so far. Tony Goldsmith is up now. Tony's best deadlift is 170 kilos. This is 175 being loaded to the bar now. This will be a PR for Tony, who has been training for about 2 years under Amanda Perro at Muscle and Mindset here in Denver, Colorado. Tony's had a good day. He's been hitting his mark. Good lift right there for Tony, and that is another PR for Tony Goldsmith. Great job today. He was a professional dancer, by the way, and plays pool competitively. All right, Eric Baer, who has also had a good day, considering it's been his first meet. He trains with Brady Cable in Portland, Oregon. But yeah, he's looked real good today. You wouldn't know that it was his first meet. There we go. And he's set and up. Nice job. Excellent job for Eric Baer. Good second attempt. And again, thank you so much to all of our volunteers here today and all the staff here with USA Powerlifting, judges, everybody included. It's been this competition. We keep growing here at USA Powerlifting. More and more people signing up, and it just the efficiency just keeps getting better. All right, Jeremy Crawley now in for his second attempt. His first attempt was at 175. He was successful there, bumping it up to 187.5 here. And that's a good lift for him. All right, Trevor Mead is up now. All right. Trevor was successful at 175. He's going to attempt 190 kilos here. Good pull right there. Nice wide stance. Keep going just like that. Good bar path. Didn't hitch. Got a little tough, but kept with good form. Now they're still not going to give it to him there. I think that there was I didn't see a hitch there, but I think that's what they're going with. It's kind of dipped back just a bit. Maybe they went with that. All right, John Mall is up. John Mall's second attempt. He was successful at 185 kilos. He will now be attempting 192.5. He's up. Real good lift right there for John Mall. No fuss, no muss. Kind of quietly came in and did it. Great job for him. Joshua Barron is up next. He was successful at 190. He will be attempting 200 kilos here. Bars loaded for Joshua. Bars loaded, he's ready. He's chalked up. Good pull right there for Joshua. And got the down command, and there he goes. Nice job. Now, Joe Robbins failed on his last attempt at 210 kilos. He will now be attempting 220 kilos. Does have a 213 kilo deadlift, which was his PR, and he beat that right there. Great job for Joe Robbins. Currently a personal trainer at One Boulder Fitness. He does the online programming and coaching there. Writes his own programs, coaches himself. It's paying off. By the way, Joe has lived in 5 different countries. Pretty impressive. So he has a PR here in the deadlift, and he will continue, I would assume, to improve it because that one looked pretty good. Cameron Binns is up now. Cameron was successful at 235. He will now be attempting 240 kilos. Good pull right there for Cameron. No question about that one. 240 kilos. All right, our next competitor, Nicholas Truckus, also be attempting 240 kilos. He's had a good day today. Good lift right there for Nicholas. Excellent jobs from our volunteers. All right. Timothy Gooden is up now. A 280 kilo attempt here for Timothy. This will be a PR. This will tie his PR, I should say. He's looked good today. Beaten PR and matched a PR, I believe. Now going for another one here. Keep it right here on this angle. Nice job. He's going to tie his PR right here with that. Great job. And he still has one lift to go to beat that PR. He's really had a great day. Trains with Max Aita in Oakland, California. He's from Jamaica, by the way. We didn't mention that earlier. Recently engaged to Kristen Day. So congratulations to them. He's had a fantastic day here today. Nicholas Rain up now with his third and final attempt and final lift of the competition for Nicholas. He was successful at 122.5, also successful at 135. He will now be attempting 150 and looks great. Now I know it doesn't have a lot to do with it, but I'm sure those pink shoes have something to do with it. Those things are fantastic. Zachary Chase up now. Zachary's also had a good day. Successful at 157.5, also successful at 167.5. He will now be attempting 180 kilos. Up. And great job, back down. Great lift from Zachary Chase. Tony Goldsmith back up. Tony going to be attempting, well, this will be a PR for him. He's already got a PR. This will extend that by 10 kilos. He'll be attempting 185 kilos here. Comes up. Good pull right there. He's got it. Nice job. Looks like a successful lift to me. Yeah, fantastic. Great day for Tony Goldsmith. Really has looked good all day long. All right, Eric Bayer. Again, it's his first competition, and he has done very well. His mom, also a powerlifter. He'll be attempting 185 kilos here. Good pull right there. Great job. Great competition for Eric Bayer. Trevor Mead is up next. Now, Trevor was successful at 175, failed at 190. He will be attempting 190 kilos here again. Bar is loaded for Eric. Good pull right there for Trevor. And he got it. I think he got it. No. Still a little bit of a hitch, I think, is what the judges are saying. I don't know. All right. We continue now. Our next competitor will be Jeremy Crawley. Jeremy successful at 175, also successful at 185. We'll be attempting 195 for Jeremy Crawley. This, I think, will be a PR for Jeremy as well. Good pull right there. He has had a great meet, has looked real good in every aspect of it. And he got it. Yes, that would have been that is a PR for Jeremy Crawley. So congratulations to him. John Mall is up next. John Mall is up next with his third and final attempt. Final lift of the competition for John. Good lift right there. At 200 kilos for John. Nice job. All right. Moving on to Joshua Barron. Joshua successful at 190, also successful at 200, and will now be attempting 207.5 kilos. Good pull right there for Joshua. A little bit of a twist there. Good lift, though. Yeah, nice job. Great job for Joshua Barron. Ends the competition there at 207.5. Joe Robbins in now. He will be attempting 225 kilos. Joe's PR is 213, which he beat last time. He's going to try to extend that right here with 225. His first official meet was back in February. He's used different strength programs since around roughly 2015. It's all been working for him because that was another great lift for Joe. It's going to count. 2 white lights there. Cameron Binns is up next. We've got 247.5 kilos loaded. Joe was successful, or Cameron was successful at 235 and 240. He will attempt 247.5 here. He's got it if he just keeps at it. He's got it. Nice job. No hitching. Terrific. That is what you like to see, and that's why people like to see the deadlift, because of the just never give up attitude there. Great job for Cameron Binns, and a fantastic way to end his competition for him today. Nicholas Trackus is in now. Nicholas has been successful at 225, also successful at 240. He will now be attempting 252.5, which will be a PR for him if he gets it. He's a financial analyst, by the way. Started lifting heavy about 5 years ago. Kind of fell in love with it. He's been pretty successful at it so far. This will be a PR for him, like I said. And, well, couldn't quite get it. got it up there, couldn't hang on. That's unfortunate, but I think that is that PR at that weight is in his future. He did tie his PR, though. Good for him. All right, Timothy Gooden is up next. Timothy tied his PR last time at 280 kilos. He will now be attempting 290 kilos. He's really had a good day today. He's set a couple PRs, set a PR, tied a PR, and looks to break another one here. The big deadlift here. He's all set. See it right here. That's good. Yeah, just couldn't quite get it. Almost to the knees, but overall, a fantastic day. Either beat or tied a PR in all three of the events today. Terrific day for Timothy Gooden. All right, and that is going to do it for that heat or flight. As we move on now to Bryce Griffin will be the first person in this heat. Bryce will be attempting 120 kilos. Nice lift. 120 kilos for Bryce Griffin. Nice job. Marco Ramirez up now. His first attempt will be at 155. Here we go with his 155 kilo attempt, up and down just like that. Great lift. Christopher Bigelow is next. His best deadlift is 365 pounds. He has 165 kilos on there right now, in the neighborhood. Knocking on the PR for sure. Good job, Christopher Bigelow. Excellent lift. Antonio Pena is our next competitor. Antonio going to be starting his deadlifting at 170 kilos today. Up and down. Great job for Adam Pena. Antonio Pena. I've done that several times, and my apologies to Antonio. All right. William Kopcha now. His first attempt. He will attempt 170 kilos today. Up and down just like that. Great lift for William. Kim McCaskill in now. Kim set 2 PRs today. He's really having a good day. He will be attempting 170 kilos right now. His top bench is 180. So again, putting himself in the situation that he's done twice today, where he's just real close to his PR to start off with. There you go. 170 kilos looking good. Now we will see where he ends up in his next 2 lifts. Gabe Hunker up next. Gabe has looked really good, especially for a guy who just started training not long ago. 182.5 kilos. Ready for Gabe. He is a software engineer, former ultra trail running guy. All right. He's going to put on longer socks. Just have 1 minute. All right, so we're waiting for a wardrobe change. I haven't seen that very much. All right, we're going to move on. All right, so he will not get credit for that. David Young is up next. David's had a good day so far. He's hit a couple PRs. I think it one PR actually himself. He will be attempting 185 kilos here. His deadlift PR is 200, so this puts him in a good neighborhood. That was a great lift for him. Nice job. All right, Ian Goth next. Ian competing in push-pull today. He's been training for 2 years. Bar is loaded for him. He's all set at 190 kilos here to start off with. Up and down. Nice lift right there from Ian. All right, moving on. Our next competitor is Reese Hubbard. Reese has looked good today as well. He will be attempting 205 kilos to start things off today. His current best deadlift is 500 pounds. Puts him in a great place to start. All right. Good lift for Reese Hubbard. Mitchell Eggert is our next competitor. Mitchell has had a good day today. Some big lifts. He will start off with his first deadlift attempt will be at 252.5 kilos. All right. It's all set. Good lift right there. Excellent job for Mitchell. All right, and we are back to Bryce Griffin. Bryce's second attempt here. He was successful at 120. He will be attempting 125. His best bench press is 315. So he will beat that here. Good pull. Well, like it was nothing. Great job for Bryce Griffin. He's looked good today. 125 kilos. Struggled in the bench a little bit today, if I recall, but overall, been a good meet for him. Marco Ramirez is up next. Marco was successful at 155. He will be attempting 167.5 here. And up and down just like that. Great job for Marco. Christopher Bigelow is up next. Christopher's first attempt was 165, and he got it. Now we'll be attempting 177.5. You are watching Terror on the Platform from USA Powerlifting. Thank you so much for joining us all afternoon, and yesterday as well. Thank you so much. Up and down just like that. Great lift for Christopher Bigelow. 177.5 in the books for him. Kim McCaskill now 180 kilos for Kim. This, in fact, will tie his PR. If he gets it, this will tie his PR and put him in a good position to beat it for his final lift of the day. And I think he's got it in him because that looked pretty good, pretty easy, as a matter of fact. Went up pretty quickly. Great job. So I expect to see a PR for Kim McCaskill later on in his third attempt. Antonio Pena is up next. He was successful at 170, now moving this up to 182.5 kilos. Up and down just like that. Great job for Antonio Pena. Terrific job. Back to William Kupcha now. William looked good he's looked good all day, actually. And a successful meet for him. First deadlift attempt was at 170. He will now attempt 185 kilos. Good position, good pull, and down. All right, now back to Gabe Hunker. Gabe, virtually a no lift on his last attempt because he didn't have the right socks. All right, he fixed that situation. Those are plenty high. He missed at 182.5 for that. Did not make it back to the platform in time. He's going to attempt 190 kilos here. And like nothing, great job there. Gabe has had a really solid meet, especially for it being his first meet. He has done a nice job. David Young now set to go for 200 kilos. David has had a good meet as well. This would match his PR. So again, in a very similar situation to Kim, in that here, if he hits this, then his next lift he can be free to go for the PR. I mean, I suppose he could go for it now, but that weight is already in. And that's a good pull right there. Good, solid pull for David Young, who's had a good meet today. Great job. And we are now back to Ian. Ian was successful at 190. He will now be attempting 200. Good pull right there for Ian. Nice job. So he's successful at 200 kilos. And we move on now to Reese Hubbard. Reese has already got a PR, I believe. His PR is 500. This is 504 pounds. So this would be the PR for Reese. Good pull right there for Reese, and that's going to be a new PR for him. Moving a little bit. Hopefully they'll give him the credit for that one. Nope. Yeah, they're going to say that he hitched it that a little bit, moving a little bit at the top, and that'll cost you. That's too bad because that was a solid effort there from Reese. Michael Eggert is in now with his second attempt. Bar is loaded for Mitchell. Mitchell looked real good at 252.5. Now he's got 267.5 on the bar. And that's a good pull right there for Mitchell, who's looked good today. Straight up and down there with that one. Good lift. All right, and we are back at the top of the order now with Bryce Griffin in his third and final lift of the competition. This will extend his PR here. One more lift to go. He's trained in Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu. And nice job. Great job for Bryce Griffin. Marco Ramirez is up next for his final lift of the day. He will be attempting 177.5 kilos. Good pull right there for Marco. 177.5 kilos. Good lift. A great way to end the competition. All right, Christopher Bigelow in now, extending his PR. Good pull right there. 187.5 kilos for Christopher Bigelow, and a great way to end the competition for him. Nice job. Kim McCaskill now ready for a PR. If he were to get this, it will be a PR. He matched his PR on the last attempt. He's got 190 kilos on the bar. Shout out to his girlfriend, Victoria. Nice job, Kim. Also, thanks to his roommate, Steven, and that's a PR for him. He's had a smart strategy all day long, has really, really put some thought into his programming, put some thought into his strategy here for today, and it has paid off for him. Very, very good. PR on all three lifts, and that's exactly what, you can't hope for much more than that. Improvement in every level. Antonio Pena now. Antonio successful at 170, successful at 182.5, and also, well, jumping like I can see the future, but I think he's going to be successful here at 195. And I was not wrong there. His form has been spot on all day long today, and he's looked real good. And that was no exception, and a great way to end the competition for him. All right, moving on now to William Kopcha. William was successful at 170. Also successful at 185, and he will now be attempting 195 kilos for his last lift of the day. The bar's loaded for him. All right. pull right there from William. And down. Nice job. All right, moving on now to Gabe Hunker. Gabe was at a wardrobe malfunction, needed some socks, so he missed that first attempt, but looked great at 190. Going to be pushing it now to 205. Good pull. No problem at all for Gabe Hunker, who's had a great meet today. Has looked really good, especially for being his first meet. Yeah, had a miscue with these socks there, but that's a good story to tell in the future, right? So there's something in that as well. All right, now to Ian Goth. Ian successful in all of his lifts. He was in the push-pull category today, and he has looked good in all of those. Successful in the deadlift here at 190, also at 200. He will be attempting 205 kilos here now. Just has to drop his hips and go. Or not, he do it however he does it, right? That's what I suspect I'll see, and I did. And a good pull right there for Ian. He's checking those lights, and good successful day here for Ian. All right, and we are up now to David Young in a similar situation to what Kim was in, is that he had matched his PR in his last attempt at 200 kilos. Now he's going to beat that now here with a successful lift at 207.5 kilos. Good pull right there. It's coming off the ground. That's a good, solid, strong pull. Great form. Good lift for David Young. Ending the competition today with a PR. Great job. Excellent job. Now looking to, he's looking to get a PR here. He did fail at 227.5, but he's going to go ahead and bump this up to 230 if he can get it. He wants to say hey to his mom, Sheila, his best friend Ben, and all the family around the States paying attention today. Reese has had a good day today. And that's a good pull. Keep going. If he keeps going, he's kind of ran into the same situation he did last time. Not quite there, but still a real solid day for Reese Hubbard. All right. Mitchell Eggert also has had a good day today. I don't think he's missed a lift all day today. He was successful here at 252.5, also successful at 267.5. Bar is loaded for him now at 277.5. That's a good pull right there for Mitchell. Great job. Really solid day for Mitchell Eggert, and showing some class here by shaking hands with all the judges like he's been here before. All right, Pedro Sanchez will be our next competitor, the first competitor in our final flight today. Boy, this has been a quick deadlift session. Well, deadlift's always quicker for sure, but hats off to our USA Powerlifting crew of volunteers and staff members and judges. Everything just running very efficiently here today. just like always, but just seems to be getting better and better. So hats off to the entire crew here. Also, while we're at it, hats off to the folks at CrossFit Mob, who always do a great job for us here. It's a great facility. It's a great place to have these competitions in a very successful and supportive environment. So we love being here. There we go. Bar is loaded for Pedro Sanchez. He will attempt 160 kilos. Adjusting socks. I'm going to say his socks need to be, and he's going to pull the knee sleeves down a little bit. Now we can go. All right. And he makes his way to the bar. Good lift for him. Excellent job. Andrew Trujillo is up next. He will be attempting 172.5 kilos. His best meet deadlift is 407 pounds. So he will definitely get close to that here today. Kyle Kelly is his coach at Western Slope Strength and Power. He produces powerlifting documentaries on YouTube. I'm going to go check some of those out. He was not an athlete before he found powerlifting, but fell in love with it. And that's a great lift right here for Andrew. 172.5 kilos. Yosef is up next. He'll be attempting 192.5 kilos for his first attempt today. He golfs on his free time. He also manages around 70 people. He is a store manager for O'Reilly Auto Parts. He's been powerlifting for just under a year and has done very, very well today. It's his first meet, and he's well coached and has looked real good today. Good pull right there. And back down. 192.5 kilos in the books. Jay Wilmot is our next competitor. He will be attempting 197.5 kilos. His best squat on record is 500 pounds. Jay will be starting off at 197.5. He's an accomplished juggler. And, well, an accomplished deadlifter, I think. That one looked pretty good, pretty easy there for Jay Wilmot. Kind of interesting, even if you are a strong man and a strong woman and you have been lifting for a while, if you haven't competed, your first meet is kind of, well, you just never really know where your opener should be, what you should have in the tank, how you should strategize. But that particular weight looked real easy for Jay Wilmot. So I expect to see a big jump in his next one. Of course, that is easy for me to say. I didn't have to lift that, right? Miles Adler has had a great day today. He's attempting 210 kilos right here. It goes up real easy, straight up and down. Great job. Nice job. Good lift for Miles. Steven Soto is our next competitor. Steven has looked good today as well. I've said that a lot because I've seen a lot of good lifting here today. It's great competition here at USA Powerlifting. Some great coaches all around the region. Great athletes dedicated to the sport of powerlifting. It's fun to be a part of. Steven Soto is up next. Good pull right there. And down. Going to check out the board, and yeah, there you go. 3 white lights for Steven Soto. Andrew Garcia is our next competitor. He will start off at 237.5. Good lift right there for Andrew Garcia at 237.5 kilos. Great. All right, Samuel Johnson in now with his first attempt. He will be attempting 245 kilos for his first attempt. His PR in the deadlift is at 262.5. And this is a great place to start if he wants to beat that today. And I think he just might, because that one looked good. Great lift for Samuel. It's his last semester of school at MSU Denver, studying exercise science. All right, Kirill Stepanchuk has been very impressive today, and he looks to continue that as he will start off at 245 kilos. Makes that one looks pretty easy. Good starting point for Kirill. 245. Paul Whitmarsh is up next. Paul also very impressive today. Paul has structured his performance here today in very calculated fashion. Goes for his PR on his first lift. He's done that twice. His best deadlift is 267. Starting a little below that one here, but still in that same neighborhood at 250 kilos to start off with today. And it comes up real easy. So I would expect we see another PR from Paul later on within his next 2 lifts. All right, and we move on now to Pedro Sanchez for his second lift of the day, or second deadlift of the day. He was successful at 160. He will be attempting 172.5 here. Pedro's had a good meet, has looked real good. And nice job, 272.5 kilos for Pedro, and he's looked real good all day today. Andrew Trujillo. He will attempt 187.5 kilos. He was successful at 172.5 earlier. And we are ready for his second attempt. Andrew has not missed a lift today. Good pull right there for him. Excellent job. And 3 white lights. Yusuf is up now. Yusuf successful on his first attempt at 192.5. He will now attempt 207.5. You are watching, as we are coming to the end of Terror on the Platform. It's been a great weekend here, and thank you so much to everybody who has been involved. Good lift right there from Yusef. He's looked real solid. Great job. Moving on now to Jay Wilmot. Jay successful at 197.5. He will be attempting 210 now. Former kicker of the University in Kentucky. It's his first competition. And he's looking real good. Another good lift for Jay Wilmot. So put 210 in the books for Jay Wilmot. Miles Adler is up next. Miles successful at 210 kilos. Will be attempting 225 kilos for his next lift. Here we go. Miles is ready. Good pull right there for him. He's looked real strong all day. Great form on everything. Slow in control of everything that he's done here today. Looked real good. Steven Soto is our next lifter. Steven was successful at 215. He will now be attempting 227.5. Bar is loaded for him as we see him enter the frame. And down. Nice job. Andrew Garcia is our next competitor. Andrew successful in the deadlift in his first attempt at 237.5. He will now be attempting 257.5. So a big jump here for Andrew, but he's looked good so far today in the deadlift. I don't see this as a insurmountable amount. I don't think it's too big of a jump for him. Again, you typically tend to see bigger jumps in the deadlift, and Andrew has looked real confident today. And that's a good pull. Good call on his part. See how if he's going to go up another 20 kilos maybe. It's a great lift for Andrew Garcia. Thanks again to the folks out here at CrossFit Mob. We are broadcasting live from Thornton, Colorado here. Great folks out here have been very, very helpful. If you want to see a replay of any of the events that have gone on over the weekend, you can find those on our Facebook page. They'll be posted later, so go check that out. You can find that at USAPowerlifting.com. Check for Colorado. And you'll see the Terror on the Platform and the different times and different sessions that were involved. All right, Kirill Stepanchuk is up now for his second attempt. He was successful at 245. He will now be attempting 260. Good solid lift right there for Kirill. Great job. One red light there, but it's going to count. He's going to get clarification on what happened there. But that lift will count. Samuel Johnson is our next competitor. He was successful at 245. He will now be attempting 262.5. Bar is loaded and ready for him. Samuel's looked real solid. Great form and technique, good bar speed, all of it. Good pull right there for Samuel. Got it. All right, 262.5 kilos in the books for Samuel Johnson. All right, Paul Whitmarsh now. Paul's had a very impressive day. He's looked really good. He was successful at 250. Now he will be attempting 265 kilos here for his second attempt. Bar is loaded for Paul. He will be 265 kilos, so he was just under his PR right here, which is 267.5. But getting that here puts him in a good position to beat it on the next one. And he's looked real good. That looked real easy. Probably could have gone for that PR right there. Great look and great lift right there for Paul Whitmarsh. All right, and we are back to the top of the order for the very last time today. The final lifts of the competition. So we're back at the top of the order with Pedro Sanchez, who will be attempting 185 kilos. Pedro was successful at 160. He was successful at 172. And will he be successful here at 185? It's a good pull right there. He's looked real good. Arms locked, everything perfect on that one. Great job for Pedro Sanchez. Andrew Trujillo is up next. Andrew successful at 172.5, also successful at 187.5. He will be attempting 202.5 for his final lift of the day. All right. 202 kilos loaded for Andrew Trujillo. Good pull right there for Andrew. Up and down, slow and controlled. Great job. 3 white lights for Andrew. Great way to end the competition for him. All right, Yusef is up now with his final attempt. He was successful at 192.5, also successful at 207.5, and he will be attempting 217.5 here. $217.5 loaded for Yusef. His last attempt in his first meet. And it's going to be a success. Look at those legs shaking a little bit, but didn't hitch. Great job. Going to give it to him? Yeah, perfect. Great way to end tonight for Yusef. Great job. All right, continuing now with Jay Wilmot in his third and final attempt. Also final lift of the competition. I'm going to say that like 5 more times probably because it's everybody's final attempt. So bear with me on that. I've been talking for 12 hours, 2 days, so I will maybe repeat myself a little bit, right? All right, Jay Wilmot in now. Successful at 197, also successful at 210. Going to be attempting 222.5 here. That's a good pull right there. Keep going, and he's got it. No hitching. Looks good, and back down. Check it out. We'll see what the lift is. The lift is good. It will count. I think One judge might have thought he was coming down a little quick. Good lift for Jay Wilmot and a good first meet for him. Lots of first-timers here today, and all of them done very well. All of them have looked good. Miles Adler in now. His third and final attempt. He was successful in his first attempt at 210, also successful at 225. He will be attempting 235 for his final lift of the day. He's been, picture perfect, really, all day long today. He's looked real good. And this is no exception. Great lift right there. Straight up and down bar path, good bar speed. Great job. And he hit every lift today. Excellent job for Miles. Steven Soto is our next athlete. Steven successful in the deadlift at 215, also successful at 227.5. He will be looking to end his day at 237.5. That's a good pull right there. Good solid pull for Steven Soto. He's going to check the scoreboard. There it is, 3 white lights for Steven. Good lift for Steven. All right. Heading to the tail end of this competition, Kirill Stepanchuk is up next. He's been impressive all day today. Has looked good in the deadlift as well. In addition to, I should say, he was good at 245, also good at 260. Will be ending his day today with the weight of 267.5 loaded for him. Cool, collected here. He's had good poise throughout the competition. He's looked real good. And that's a good pull right there. Little struggle there, but is he going to lock it out? Couldn't quite get it. Not quite there. So disappointing end for Krill, but overall, really solid day. Samuel Johnson is our next competitor. He was successful at 245, also successful at 262.5, and he will be attempting 272.5. The crowd is going nuts for Samuel. 600 pounds on the bar, 272.5 kilos. He's looked real good. That comes up pretty easy. He's just got to lock it out. That's a great lift. See what the judges have to say. They're going to give it to him. He's got it. 2 white lights there. That's good enough. Great lift for Samuel Johnson. All right, and Andrew Garcia is up next. Andrew's also looked pretty impressive. Andrew also going for the same weight at 272.5 kilos. Bar is loaded for Andrew. This will definitely be a PR for him here, as he's extended his PR. Last time I told you he had a big jump from 2 to 257. This is a big jump to 272.5. Great pull right there for Andrew. Excellent lift. 3 white lights for Andrew. Great lift for him. Big deadlift. All right, I think this is going to leave us to our last competitor of the evening. This is Paul Whitmarsh. Paul was successful at 250, also successful at 265, which is just 2.5 kilos under his PR at 267.5. He will be attempting 275, so 275 kilos here. This is a big deadlift here, folks. Paul has looked, he has looked fantastic all day today. He really has had some great lifts, and he's had a good strategy. He kind of knows what he's capable of. I've been real impressed, and this is a great lift right here. And there's a PR, and what I could not ask for a better way to end this competition than with a giant deadlift right there for Paul Whitmarsh. That is fantastic. And that is going to do it for Terror on the Platform. We've had a great weekend here at CrossFit Mob. Thank you so much for joining us all weekend. And don't forget that you can catch the replay of any of the segments on our Facebook page. So go check that out at USAPowerlifting.com. Time to find the Colorado link for that. And also you can check us out online at USAPowerlifting.com, like I just said, and check out our Facebook page. Special thanks to every volunteer who has helped us out here today. All the folks involved with USA Powerlifting, the folks here at CrossFit MOB, all the folks watching across the country and across the world. Thank you so much. I am Derek Stone. It has been my pleasure to be a part of USA Powerlifting for one more time. Keep checking the website for the next events, and if you want to volunteer or if you want to compete, you can sign up right there. That's going to do it for me. Thank you so much. Have a great night.